I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, The Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis. From landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 Election Night Special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.
She's sitting as the Vice President of the United States, and yet nobody knows who the hell she is.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
As Vice President Kamala cast the deciding votes, causing the worst inflation in decades.
I will proudly put my record against his every day of the week.
We need to turn the page of 4 years of calamity and failure. Kamala, you're fired! You're fired! Get out! Get out!
The consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. But America, we are not going back.
For the first time ever, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris meet on stage and go head-to-head in tonight's ABC News presidential debate. And with less than 2 months to go until Election Day, this may be voters' only chance to compare the candidates as they spar over the biggest issues of 2024. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post and this simulcast of the ABC News presidential debate. I'm Libby Casey. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump take the stage at the National Constitution Center at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. The moderators are David Muir and Lindsay Davis of ABC News. It will last for 90 minutes. We will broadcast it live and we'll be with you afterward for analysis. We are with you for the next hour previewing all that is to come. I'm with columnist and editorial writer James Hohmann, senior video journalist J.M. Rieger, both with me in the newsroom, and live in Philadelphia, Rhonda Colvin, senior political correspondent. Rhonda, we start with you tonight where all the action is about to happen. Give us a sense of the level of anticipation and build-up to tonight.
Yeah, the level of anticipation is high. It is such a distinct difference from how it felt in Atlanta and the June Atlanta debate between Biden and Trump. Already surrogates for both sides have already entered the room. That's a little different because in spin rooms, the spin usually happens after the debate, but both sides have sent members of their campaigns, aides, folks who are close to the thinking of these candidates to come here, talk to press. And for instance, I was just in a press gaggle with Doug Burgum, who is a former Republican governor. He said he predicts that Trump will change minds tonight. He said that the real focus for Trump needs to be on issues on the economy. I spoke to a Democratic congressman who said they're feeling pretty good. They know the momentum is behind them, and it is a real difference from that Atlanta debate. But I think what you can really feel in this room right now is nervous anticipation. You know, we're still an hour out from even the first word being said at this debate, and everybody has this sense of what's going to happen because we know both of these candidates in polling in some of these battleground states are neck and neck, and you know, a debate is going to matter one way or the other. So everybody's kind of locked into this idea of what's going to happen, and you really sense that nervousness. You have a candidate who is well funded in Harris, and you also have former President Trump, who has a following that is enduring. It hasn't gone anywhere. He's more popular now than when he ran in 2016. So there's a lot that could happen tonight, and I think what's happening in this room right now is that everyone has a sense of nervousness of what's going to happen and what will this mean for the rest of the race.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. Well, our chief correspondent, Dan Balls, is also at the Debate Filing Center in Philadelphia, and he joins us by phone right now. Dan, I hope you're ducking out of the way of all these spinners and all the people who are trying to pre-hype what's about to come tonight. You know, you've been thinking a lot about what these two candidates have to prove. What does Kamala Harris have to do tonight?
Well, I think it's been pretty clear what she has to do, which is to continue to introduce herself, continue to persuade people who say they don't know enough about her or don't know her very well, that she's capable of stepping into the presidency, that she has positions on issues that they agree with or that they understand, that she can explain how she has shifted from where she was when she ran for president in 2019, and what she has learned along the way. She also has to be able to defend the record of the administration. She is obviously a co-partner with the president in the policies, good and those that are popular and those that are unpopular. And former President Trump will push her very hard on those, we assume, and she'll have to be able to do that. So, it's not an impossible task that she has, but it's an important one. And as Rhonda was saying, I think the anticipation for this debate is enormously high because we expect that this could be the only face-off between these two candidates. We know how close the race is at this point, and we know that that sometimes a debate can change things. Obviously, the Atlanta debate with President Biden changed the whole campaign, but short of that, these debates can make a real difference in how people perceive the two candidates. So there's a lot on the line.
Dan, stay with us. I want to bring James and JM into the conversation. James, what do both of these candidates have to do tonight? What do they have to walk out of this at the end of the night to feel good about how it went?
Both sides want to define Kamala Harris. People know Donald Trump. This is the 8th time he's had a presidential debate. He was president for 4 years. There are a lot of voters who don't have deeply formed impressions of Harris. For Harris, that means introducing herself, showing not herself as a prosecutor like she was in the Senate, but as a president who can be ready on day one. For Donald Trump, it's presenting Kamala Harris as outside the mainstream, portraying her as liberal, as a flip-flopper, and as someone who is very much part of the Biden administration. So Kamala Harris wants to present herself as a change agent. Donald Trump wants to say, you've been in power for 4 years, you're talking about all these things, why haven't you done them? That's the tension tonight. It's really a debate about Kamala Harris.
JM, Rhonda said something that's so relevant. Trump's support is enduring. No matter what happens, just about, his support is enduring. So what does he have at stake tonight? Is the pressure really on Kamala Harris?
I think there's more pressure on Harris, but this is a high-stakes debate for both of them, and we should not downplay the stakes for Trump, right? Trump comes into this debate, and Trump's base alone is not enough to win in November. So as much as Trump has been playing to his base, as much as he hasn't been able to really land an attack on Harris that has stuck so far, this is a debate where it's going to be probably one of his few opportunities to expand the map for himself, because that's what he needs to do. So he needs to kind of moderate towards the center on some stuff. He needs to kind of pin her on the economy. But a key question for Trump tonight as well is, what does he say about reproductive health? That is squarely on the ballot in this presidential election. He has been sort of all over the map on the issue of abortion, on IVF. How he talks about that is something I'm going to be watching tonight.
Dan, you have written that Trump is often graded on the curve in debates, and he gets a lot of credit for his ability to just dominate, even though he might lie, he might distort reality. Is he graded too low?
Well, if you go back to the Atlanta debate, I think you probably would say he was graded too low, but that's because the story that night was President Trump's, faltering, weak performance. And it's not as though Donald Trump had a very strong night. It's that President Biden had a very bad night. So, and I think the other is that there is a tendency to, on the part of some people to say, well, we've heard that from Trump. We know what he's about. As he's always saying, he is very, very well defined. But I think there's an important element for him as well. And that is, I think that as really from the time President Biden left the race and Vice President Harris became the nominee, we've seen Donald Trump certainly not anywhere close to his best. And by best, I mean rather disciplined, focused on the issues that he wants to be focused on. Instead, we've seen a very undisciplined Donald Trump. We've seen somebody who can't deliver a message with any consistency, who is still laden with grievances and a sense of victimhood. And I think the question for him and for really the electorate is that something that in the end is going to cost him support? Are there people who are ready to say, okay, it is time to turn the page from Donald Trump, that we've gone through 8 or 9 years of the Trump era, and it's time for something different. And if Harris can convince people that she can deliver that, then that will be a problem for Donald Trump.
All right, Dan, thank you so much. And of course, as Dan and I were talking about Trump being graded too easily, not being graded too low, but really being graded too high, because he sort of gets away with it, and it's what people just expect of him. Even though we've let Dan go back to the filing center, I want to note that he pointed out in one of his recent columns that Trump has had some very erratic performances recently. And just last week, he's been trying to get in front of the cameras a lot more. He had an event that was supposed to be a news conference, but it went almost 50 minutes. He rambled, he ranted, he basically played the victim, and he didn't answer questions. He also had an economic policy speech that did not make much sense, James.
Yeah, I mean, he brought up a bunch of dated sexual assault allegations against him that people hadn't even asked about during that so-called news conference, where he didn't take any questions. Not something that a traditional discipline campaign would want to do to highlight real liabilities for him. I mean, I do think that he is graded on a curve, but the big question is, can Trump restrain himself tonight? He has prepared. The Trump campaign is trying to pretend like he's not taking this seriously, that he's just sort of going to riff.
I mean, they are saying that he's not doing debate prep.
But he is. Right. And he has a bunch of people who have been sitting with him. They've spent a lot of time talking through answers. Matt Gaetz is heavily involved. And so Trump is ready to kind of prosecute an argument against Kamala Harris. The question is, does he sort of go too far, right? Does he say something offensive? Does he play into her hands? Does he look like a buffoon? The mics are going to be muted when they're not talking, so there will be a lot less crosstalk. That worked to Donald Trump's advantage in the first debate. The Harris campaign didn't want it in the second debate, but it's going to be there. And so the question is, does Trump seem subdued? And frankly, he will try to get a rise out of Kamala Harris. He'll try to get her off script, and he always is going to do that. And I think part of the challenge for Kamala Harris is not taking the bait. Does she take Trump's bait?
Let's go back to Rhonda Colvin, who's in the spin room in Philadelphia. Rhonda.
That's right. I'm here with Congressman Garcia of California, a Democrat from the home state of Vice President Harris. Congressman, we know that Harris has debated before. She's been a primary candidate. She's been a statewide candidate in California. But she is going up against Donald Trump, who is a candidate who is very much a wild card. How is she going to handle that?
Well, look, I think it's true that Donald Trump has a lot more presidential debate experience than she does. But it's also true that she's a prosecutor. She's been in a lot of courtrooms, been in the Senate. She's taken on a lot of what I believe are similar types of folks like Donald Trump in her career as a prosecutor. And so I think she's going to do really well. And the other thing that's important is, her job tonight, one of them, is to also introduce herself to a lot of folks. People have an impression of who Donald Trump is. A lot of people still are getting to know the vice president. We know that her support continues to climb and climb. And so I think tonight is such a good moment for the country to get to know the kind of person she is and the contrast between Donald Trump.
Now, you're seeking re-election. So for other Democrats, how do you view this night? Because she has been bringing some momentum to the down ballot races. Are you all sort of watching this and thinking, okay, is she going to help us or is she going to hurt us tonight?
Everything that I hear from Democrats, especially those in tight races in Congress, are all excited about Kamala Harris's campaign, and have all said that she has helped their campaign. We're seeing better poll numbers, fundraising up, grassroots energy has increased, and folks are leaning into her campaign. They want her to come to their areas and their districts. So I think she's been nothing but a help to Senate and congressional candidates. But the most important thing is that she wins the presidency. We can't have another 4 years of this insanity that is Donald Trump. So we're excited about tonight.
Two areas of vulnerability for her are likely going to be questions on the border and also the issue of fracking. That's very important here in Pennsylvania, of course, but it's also sort of a proxy issue on climate change issues. She has sort of reversed her position or said that she is changing that position a little bit. How does she handle those two issues when those are her weak spots?
Well, I think let's be clear about her position on fracking. She supports fracking. She, in fact, in 2019 had said very clearly, going to the 2020 campaign, that her position was to support fracking, that she believed in domestic energy production, and that was important. So her position has been the same now for 4 years. So that hasn't been a change. On as it relates to immigration, having known her for a long time in California, she believes in two things. One is she believes in a strong, secure border. She's Attorney General. She's a law enforcement leader. She's always believed in a secure border. And she also believes that people that are here, that are undocumented, that are here, that are working hard, also should be able to earn a pathway to citizenship. She said that in her DNC speech. She's talked about her support for a secure border. And I think that's where most Americans are. They want a humane policy at the border versus Donald Trump, who calls folks like me murderers, rapists, that were poisoning the blood of this country and doesn't respect, I believe, the Latino community.
And last question to you. We were talking off camera about how this feels like a movie that no one knows the ending. We're all going to learn it together. But beyond tonight, what does she have to do tomorrow morning and for the weeks ahead in order to keep the momentum up on her side?
Well, she's going to spend the next few days barnstorming the swing states. And so obviously she's going to have some September 11th responsibilities as vice president tomorrow, and then she moves on, right? She's going to be out in the campaign along with Governor Walz. They're hitting Wisconsin. They're coming back to Pennsylvania. They're going to be in Michigan. They're going to be in North Carolina. They're going to be all across the country talking to voters, and that's the most important thing post-debate.
All right. Congressman Garcia, thank you so much. Back to you guys in D.C.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. And you're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. We'll be seeing the two candidates take to the stage in about 45 minutes. JM, we've been talking about what the candidates need to do tonight to have a successful night. And we just heard even one of her surrogates talking about people wanting to get to know Kamala Harris, wanting to learn more about her. What do the polls tell us about the questions people have coming into tonight?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the recent New York Times poll that came out about a week ago here, a few days ago, 30% of registered voters in that poll said they wanted to learn more about Kamala Harris. It was only 12% for Trump. Trump's a baked-in quantity. People know who he is, and Harris is definitely the lesser-known quantity. So that's why, in some ways, the stakes are higher for Harris tonight, because the key question in some ways is who defines Harris better. Harris is trying to set out herself as an acceptable alternative, if you will, to Trump, because we expect this race to be narrowly decided in about 7 key battleground states, very small margins. What can Harris do to pick up some of those undecided moderate voters? What does she say tonight that speaks to them, that starts to bring some of them into the fold? I think that's one of her biggest tasks and challenges tonight.
James.
Yeah, it's really interesting. That same New York Times Siena poll showed that 61% of voters say they want major change in a presidential candidate. 53% of voters say Trump represents major change. Only 25% said that of Harris. She is the sitting vice president. She has worked really hard, including during the Democratic convention, to present herself as something new, that she's going to turn the page on a decade of the Trump era, but also that she's going to be different than Joe Biden temperamentally, maybe a little bit substantively. And so tonight she has to sort of try to claim that mantle of change, but against the backdrop of you can't really break with Joe Biden, right? I mean, he's still the sitting president. She's still the vice president. She campaigned with him in Pittsburgh last week.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. They're sort of both pseudo-incumbents, right? They both have the mantle, both the burden and also the privilege of having done this, really. I want to bring in national politics reporter Sabrina Rodriguez, who joins us by phone. She's at a watch party in Pennsylvania at Salem Baptist Church in Abington, PA. So, Sabrina, we're talking about what viewers want to learn tonight. Tell us about who is gathered at this watch party you're at.
Yes, hey, I am excited to be reporting to you guys from out in the world at a watch party. I mean, we have already, there's over 200 people that have come out here. It's a historically Black church, the oldest in Montgomery County. So it's a Democratic-leaning area. But, talking to folks here, they're excited about just the idea of having a debate to watch. There was kind of that open question back and forth about if there would be a debate, if Donald Trump would ultimately not want to debate Kamala Harris. And people are really interested in seeing what that showdown looks like, seeing how she really presents herself. A lot of the people I've talked to here are really excited about her candidacy. I've seen a lot of women tonight sporting Howard University gear to her alma mater. But really, it's a question of the energy in this election, people feeling really excited about this and about having that change in a candidate at the top of the ticket. But it's really, ultimately, they want to see it's less about the issues. A lot of people sort of know the differences between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on the core issues. They want to see how she presents herself, how she really carries herself. They know, her prosecutor background, and they kind of want to see if she can really dominate this debate and if she can really put Trump in an uncomfortable position since he's so used to projecting, that alpha male persona.
Sabrina, it sounds like some of the crowd, especially if they're wearing like Howard sweatshirts, are already coming supporting Kamala Harris. What are you watching for in terms of people cementing or solidifying their support for her? How motivated they are to get out to the polls?
I'm really curious to see some of the conversations I'm having is sort of, we've seen that shift from voters, especially this group of voters. I've spent time in Pennsylvania talking to Black voters, and there was that feeling earlier this year of sort of begrudgingly going out to vote, them saying, I feel like I have a responsibility to vote. I absolutely will not take that for granted. But we're not as excited about having Joe Biden at the top of the ticket or have some reservations. Here we're seeing people feel a lot more excited about that. But the more informed that they become on Kamala Harris, the more able they are to go out into the community and get more people to come out and vote for her. Obviously, the people that show up on a weekday night to watch a debate watch party is a very specific kind of person who is already, to some degree engaged in politics. But really here I was talking to the pastor tonight who is trying to host this as, an opportunity to just give more information to the community. This is being held on a lawn outside of the church in the middle of just a clearly residential neighborhood. And he was talking about, forget if you're already voting for Kamala Harris, forget if, there's more conservative members of his congregation. It's just really, people need the information. We're 60 days out from this, less than 60 days at this point. And really it's that point of driving home. Okay, if you're making a choice on who you're going to vote for, make sure it's a informed one.
Sabrina Rodriguez, she's at a watch party. Thank you so much for joining us, Sabrina. So let's talk about the parameters for tonight and what we expect. It's 90 minutes. Talk about how some of the rules are, so carefully crafted and designed. Everyone's got to sign off on them, rather. What is important for us to know as we get ready to watch?
No studio audience, so there won't be people sort of cheering or one side, like at the Commission on Presidential Debates that historically has hosted these. No opening statements. They're going to get right into it. There was a coin toss to figure out who would give the closing statements in what order. Trump won the coin toss and elected to get the final word, so he'll go last. We know that there will be 2 commercial breaks during the debate, including one right before closing statements. And we know that they are going to mute the microphones when someone's not speaking. Now, there could be some crosstalk picked up. It's possible that the producers maybe lift the mics a little bit. They have some discretion there. We also don't quite know how much fact-checking there will be in real time. ABC News political director Rick Klein has been saying in public interviews that they reserve the right to do some fact-checking, but that they want to let the candidates debate. In the first debate on CNN, we really saw Jake Tapper and Dana Bash stand back and not jump in when Trump was making, obviously false statements, sort of relying on Biden to do that fact-checking, which he did not do.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jam.
Well, and that is, that gives an opportunity. That's an opportunity for Harris.
Yeah.
Right. If Harris can step into that, if there's a quote unquote void of the moderators not fact checking Trump, and we expect him to kind of go off and have some misstatements, some falsehoods tonight, as he did in the first debate, that's an opportunity for her to get a rebuttal in on more maybe friendly terrain for herself. There are 2 minutes for initial responses, 2 minutes for rebuttals to that, and then a 1 minute response for clarification, additional statement is sort of the format of how we expect this to go.
You know, something that's so interesting about this is there was this big debate over whether or not the microphones would be muted, but it's like there's like chess and then there's like the more like three-dimensional complicated chess, right? So the decision was made, mics will be muted. But how are they kind of gaming the refs or talking about or making everyone conscious of or thinking about if they unmute mics, if they let people rebut and respond, how much fact-checking they do? Because there's been so much surrogate chatter about all of this that it's bound to influence or get in the minds of the moderators and the people who actually have controlled the debate.
There's definitely working the refs, but there's also preparing. Kamala Harris is actually, they set up, the exact replica of the studio in Pittsburgh at the Omni, and she's been doing all these debates and rehearsing for all the different scenarios. She's been rehearsing for if the mic is open and Trump's yelling at her, as well as if the mic isn't open, just in case. ABC, it is kind of working the refs has become very common in the Trump era, and Trump has been attacking a senior executive at ABC who's not involved in the news editorial side because she's a longtime 25-plus year friend of Kamala Harris, and she's held fundraisers for Kamala Harris in the past, but the network has said she has no role at all in preparing. Trump has also been attacking George Stephanopoulos, the anchor of Good Morning America, who is not moderating the debate. And I think part of it is just trying to kind of scare the network into not seeming like they're a participant in the game. I think everyone.
Like they don't want to come down too hard, like they're being overly critical of him or overly
ganging up.
Yeah, right, totally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so how does that, how does that play out, right? I mean, it's always hard to predict because you can overdo it.
Totally.
I mean, remember in 2020, the first debate, Chris Wallace was moderating, and Trump just went on and on and on and on, and then the next debate, they tried to kind of get Trump more under control. We'll see how that works out.
So the anchors of this, I just want to, people who don't know who they are, I think David Muir is much more known because he's the anchor and managing editor of ABC World News Tonight. This is the most watched network evening newscast. But Lindsay Davis is a highly accomplished veteran of ABC News. She's the anchor of ABC News World Sunday and also does ABC News Live Prime, which is online. She did 2 debates during the primaries way back, so she's had experience knowing how to just, be a moderator in that big hall. Now, this was back in 2020 during the Democratic primary, but she has been on a stage like this before. So we'll be watching to see both how they ask questions, where they go with their questions, but also how Donald Trump in particular responds to them as the people who are there to keep order and make things go on time and happen.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned, David Muir hosts the most popular news show. 7.5 million people watch on average every night. That's like 3 times more than watch the highest rated shows on MSNBC and Fox News. They do have a big audience, and it is the sort of audience that these candidates are trying to reach. Obviously, it's simulcasting everywhere, but the people who watch World News Tonight aren't necessarily the diehard Politico people, but they are interested in the news. And this is happening as, Sabrina said 60 days, it's 56 days. It's coming up fast. And early voting actually starts in Pennsylvania next week. So I think there are a lot of people sort of ready to, post Labor Day, tune in, make up their minds. And 51 million people watched the first debate. I would be shocked if that number wasn't higher for this one.
All right. Rhonda is in the center of it all tonight in the action in Philadelphia, close by to where the debate will happen later on. Rhonda, we've been talking about what a different moment this is than the debate back in June that you were at in Atlanta. I'm interested to track the energy of this afterwards tonight and what your thoughts are and how the room responded, how the surrogates respond. But what are people trying to pre-spin? What are they trying to get the conversation focused on ahead of the debate tonight?
Well, I think what we've heard from Republicans, which I mentioned the reporter gaggle I was just in with Doug Burgum, who said that Trump should talk about the economy. Burgum said that the economy, and this is certainly a Republican talking point, that it was better under the Trump administration than the Biden administration. And for a lot of Americans, inflation is a very big deal and a voting issue. So that's the strategy I believe that Republicans want Trump to stick to. Democrats, of course, thinks Kamala Harris is bringing in the momentum that she's had for the last few weeks since she's been at the top of the ticket. We just heard from Congressman Garcia, who said that the momentum is behind her. So I just think everyone is just kind of in a wait-and-see mode, and that's always interesting when no one knows how this is all going to play out at the end of the night. But if I were to compare both debates, and actually this is my fourth in this cycle, in this election cycle, I attended the ones in the primary debate as well with Republicans. This room is very different because of that nervous anticipation and because there are so many high stakes. This debate could make or break either candidate, perhaps more so for Harris because, as we've been talking, she is the somewhat more unknown candidate. Trump is very known. People who support him in an undying way. And it's really for Harris to introduce herself once again. We saw how when we covered the DNC that she spent time in her speech, giving a little bit of her biography and talking about her policy. But she didn't spend a lot of time on policy, and that's what the debate is for. So a lot of Americans are going to be tuning in to hear more about her stance on things. People who have thought that she is a little too liberal for their vote may be interested to see how she kind of comes to the center and how she might reassure them on that part. But overall, right now, I think both sides feel good, but it's a good that also they know could be short-sighted because anything can happen, by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night tonight.
All right, thanks so much, Rhonda. Let's bring in Ashley Parker, senior national political correspondent. Ashley, you have covered Donald Trump for so many years. How do you see the Donald Trump of 2024 as different than the candidate of 2016 or even 2020?
That's a great question. In some ways, I see him, frankly, as fairly similar in the broad strokes that he is often his own worst enemy. When you talk about what each candidate has to do at the debate tonight, a lot of the answers for what Donald Trump needs to do is maintain self-control, be disciplined for 90 minutes, not remind voters of everything they dislike about his character and his behavior. And that is not so dissimilar from the Donald Trump of 2016 or 2020. But, he has a lot at stake this time. One very close aide to him told me the reason they thought he was not going to run this time, so again, the aide clearly incorrect, but was this idea that he could lose once and sort of falsely dismiss it as the election was stolen, but that he could not handle being a double loser. And so he is now fighting for something bigger, not just his political life, but also you now have all of these legal cases and sort of his legal life and those verdicts tied up in the outcome of November's election.
Ashley, as I've been watching him do speeches lately, he's to borrow a Trump phrase, been a bit low energy. Like he did this economic policy address last week, he did a press conference last week, and they're trying to make a lot of he's talking. Kamala Harris isn't doing as many ask me anything moments, although he didn't actually answer any questions at the press conference. But he is 78 years old, and the media was so focused on Biden's age prior to this. What do you notice in terms of his stamina, focus? What are his people telling you about how ready he is or not for this moment tonight?
Well, that's also exactly it. I mean, Trump himself created a box that made the election a referendum on President Biden, but also on age and sort of physical performances of age and stamina. And in a head-to-head with Joe Biden, that was something that Donald Trump won. In a head-to-head with Vice President Kamala Harris, some people put it to me, Donald Trump created this box, this schema, this framework. Now it doesn't favor him, but he has to live with it. And in some ways, I think that might be why we see him sort of talking so nostalgically and longingly and seeming to still wish and sometimes even behaving as if his candidate was Joe Biden and not Biden's Vice President Kamala Harris.
So you and our colleague Josh Dawsey took a look at the ways Trump is making money right now, and not for his campaign, but for himself and for for-profit ventures that ultimately benefit him. Digital trading cards, a book of photos of just him, even selling pieces of his suit. What is the purpose of this? Where does the money go? Why is it not going to the campaign?
So the purpose of this, I'll take that question first, is quite simple. It's to enrich Donald Trump. And again, post-presidents often earn big bucks, for lack of a better term, in a couple of fairly traditional ways. They may write a memoir adding to the historical record. They may give speeches. They may even sit on boards or start a foundation where they earn some money. But no one has sort of so clearly monetized the post-presidency and the running for president as Donald Trump. And again, it's an interesting way to be spending your time in a pretty close election, just about 10, now 7 weeks from Election Day. But Donald Trump is someone who has always cared about his bottom line. And if that means attaching his name to a Bible and hawking it, or coming up with a gold-topped pair of high tops, he's more than happy to do it.
Thanks so much, Ashley Parker. She'll be watching the debate tonight, joining us here from the newsroom. James, do voters care? I mean, people who don't like Trump, we've been talking about the baked-in numbers, they are turned off by things like this. But voters writ large is a big general bucket. Does it matter in terms of his support and on the margins of his support if he does stuff like this? If he does behave boorishly or immaturely tonight? We've seen that before. He's lost debate after debate after debate in terms of the metrics that people judge who's won or lost a debate, and then he goes on to win elections or come very close to it.
Yeah, I mean, he himself has acknowledged privately to his aides that first debate in 2020, when he later turned out had COVID, and he came in hot, I can't think of a better word, and just was sort of going off on Biden and sort of rambling and incoherent. Trump knows he lost that debate. He's acknowledged to staff, and he said, I don't want to lose a debate like that again. And that's how they get him to prepare. Sometimes it's hard to get him to focus. Ultimately, this is a base election. Trump is going to get his base out. They're excited to vote for him. Kamala Harris is going to get her base out. There are some people in the middle, and there are some sort of center-right Republicans, Mitt Romney sort of Republicans. Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney have endorsed Kamala Harris. You think about voters of that profile, of that ilk, and they want to see Trump pass sort of a threshold test. And that is where the boorishness turns people off, of sort of like, this is exhausting. Do I really want 4 more years of this?
Do those people also want to see Kamala Harris pass a threshold test to be able to support her?
Totally, yeah. They want to see Kamala Harris, okay, she can be president. In the old days, you used to talk about like the beer test. And that's not really what it's about. It's not like, would you have a beer with either of these people? It's, can you see this person in the Oval Office? Can you deal with this person in the Oval Office for 4 years? And it really is remarkable how much Kamala Harris's favorability has shot up since Biden dropped out. A lot of people who had sort of had a negative impression of her gave her a second look and also compared her to Donald Trump and viewed her positively against that comparison. There are more than one poll, there are indications that has sort of stalled out. And it is a tie race now. And it's going to be close, and it's going to be close in the states Jan was talking about earlier. And I do think there are real people maybe watching our broadcast right now who are kind of like, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe, we talked a lot earlier this year about the double haters, and that group is smaller, but there are still people who don't particularly like either of these candidates. Who are they going to end up voting for? And the debate could go a long way in determining that. I think it's going to stay close after tonight, no matter what happens, because we're a pretty evenly divided country. But I do think Trump could repel people, or he could sort of like reassure some folks who want to ultimately vote for Trump.
Yeah, we talk about it as though it's like an either or. Either
Right.
you support Trump or you support Harris, but you could sit it out. You could write someone else in, which
Right.
essentially would be throwing away a vote in terms of the tally of the two of them. So there are other alternatives, not just I'm voting for her, I'm voting for him, JM.
James was just talking about how this is likely going to be a base election, right? We know that Democratic enthusiasm is the highest it's been in years in some cases. Gallup had it higher than Obama Democratic enthusiasm at this point in time in 2008, right? This is a situation where we heard coming out of the convention, the Democratic convention, this talk of can she rebuild the Obama 2008 coalition. I don't know that she needs to exactly do that, but part of how Obama won in 2008 was picking up those suburban voters, was picking up black support and really running the table with that. If Harris can do that, that puts her in a really good position with her base, and see if she talks to that tonight.
We've talked a lot about what we have known about Trump's debate style. He's done many of these now. We've also seen Kamala Harris debate. So let's listen to a moment from her 2020 vice presidential debate against Mike Pence.
The vice president is the head of the task force and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add,
here.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Kamala Harris debating back in 2020. Joining us now from the spin room is White House reporter Cleve Woodson. Hi, Cleve. Great to see you. Talk to us about Kamala Harris's strengths and challenges on the debate stage.
I feel like you guys in that clip didn't show the real star of that debate, which was the fly. One of the really interesting things that I've been thinking about Kamala Harris in the last couple of days is what she has done and what she hasn't done. What she has done is 5 days of debate prep, a staffer dressed as Donald Trump, mimicking the studio setting and the studio light. Is that sort of rapid fire, real time questioning, sort of, verbal assault that's going to come in her direction in this debate. She has not had a lot. I've been following her for, 7 weeks now, and she hasn't had a lot of really unscripted moments. She's had that interview with Dana Bash, but, sort of getting into a rhythm, or just kind of seeing the questions coming in and being able, to hit them out of the park. She just has not had a lot of. So it'll be interesting to see, which Kamala Harris we see. I think a lot of Harris's supporters are hoping that we see 2018 Kamala Harris, the one who makes Jeff Sessions nervous or who asks Brett Kavanaugh a stumper. But there's a lot of risk for her because she has not had that repetition, that practice.
So, as we watch tonight, what are you going to be looking for in terms of how she responds to Trump and how she answers the questions, how she does a mix of presenting herself to America?
Yeah, I think that Trump and really the Republican establishment has been trying to establish Kamala Harris as kind of a lightweight. Early on, she was called a DEI candidate. She's also somebody who didn't win a single primary. And I think that what she is trying to do, what her team is trying to do, or get her to do, is to really prove that she has understand.
Can we just get the shot just broke? Came back
by Trump, anybody else?
Cleve, we lost you for a moment there. I'm going to try to squeeze in one more thing there because I want to hear the thought that you had. I think we just froze again. All right, we're going to try to wiggle up and get that shot. That's wiggle up is a real professional term. We're trying to get that shot sorted out. Cleve Woodson, thank you so much. Cleve brings so much depth to this because he's covered Kamala Harris for so long. And this is this moment where we will see how much she's matured and changed and grown from being a senator who first got elected the same day that Donald Trump got elected in 2016. She joined the Senate, he took the White House, and then she gets elevated to the vice presidency, and she's had a lot of time to be in the White House and see what happens there and be part of the team. How much, James, does she separate herself from the Biden administration, and how much does she hug it?
One analogy I've heard from folks who are allies of Harris is that they're looking at what George H.W. Bush did in 1988. A little bit different, but older viewers will recall that Bush promised a kinder, gentler America, and he talked about 1,000 points of light. And that was an implicit contrast with Reaganism and the excesses of the 80s. But Bush never went out there and said, I disagree with Reagan on X, Y, and Z. In this case, Joe Biden's approval rating has gone up slightly since he got out of the race, which sort of backs up what White House people say about how like Biden's policies were popular, Biden himself wasn't popular. And so it's sort of claiming the popular policies, showing that you're not Joe Biden, which is sort of easier said than done. I talked to a Trump person who has kind of been helping them prepare for the debate, and they are, teed up if Kamala Harris gets one of those I'm speaking moments. Donald Trump wants to say, well, yeah, that's what you do. You speak, you talk, you don't do. You've been in the White House for 3.5 years. I actually do. I do things. And I think we're unlikely to see that because I do think microphones will be muted, but I still expect both sides have these sort of zingers saved up. And one of the things that both Trump and Harris do is they have crutches. They use the same lines over and over again. All politicians do. They give their stump speech. And so, that gives an opportunity for the opposing campaign, if someone has sort of a go-to line, to prepare in advance a snappy repartee.
Rhonda is in Philadelphia and joins us now. A slight delay here on the connection, Rhonda, but we're thrilled to see you. Okay, so as this all gets underway, how are you going to be sort of keeping score or watching or thinking about who's having a good night tonight?
That's a really hard thing to think about because there are so many unknowns right now. We have a candidate who we haven't seen debate as a presidential candidate in Harris. And then we've also seen Trump many times, and we also know that he's a bit of a wild card. So, this is something where anything could happen. I just heard, I believe it was James, talk about the one-liners, that both sides might be prepared with one-liners and zingers, and they're both likely very ready for this matchup. This morning I studied some of Vice President Harris's previous debates. I went back and looked at the one she had with Mike Pence. I even went further back and looked at one she had when she ran for Attorney General in California. There are some consistencies with her. She usually seems very well prepared. She almost has a knack for knowing how the question is going to end and how to answer it. And then if you also think about it, she was a prosecutor. She knows how to appeal to juries. And so you could argue that this audience tonight, especially those undecided voters, are jurors. So she's likely going to be able to tailor a message where she's able to string things together very simply for an audience to understand. She also, and this is sort of a lighthearted thing, you often see her have lighthearted moments where she laughs, but then she will be, very serious at the next turn. And that's something, too, that might be important in this election, especially because you have a lot of people who say, they're voting on tone. They don't like the tone that the former president brings. They don't like the negativity. And she and also her running mate, Tim Walz, are folks who seem to be very relaxed and have a spirit of joy. So if she can bring that across tonight, then that might help her as she tries to introduce herself to voters who really want to know more about her. The other thing that I'll be listening out for is the border issue. That is one thing that the Biden administration has had as a weak spot. She is likely going to have to explain her stance on that, any lapses that have occurred. I was looking at that New York Times and Siena poll. It said that 66% of Americans across both parties believe that she does share some of the blames for some of the failures currently at the border. So that means there is a big part of the audience that wants to hear more on that issue, specifically with her. So there is a lot to watch for tonight. I'm sure in our post show we'll be able to talk about those one-liners and the ways that maybe one side won or one side lost. But right now, with this race being so static as it has been for the last year, this is certainly a debate to watch.
Thank you, Rhonda. I want to talk more about the issues. Rhonda left it in a really good spot there where we can dive more into the issues. But first, does winning a debate matter other than like a debate club in high school? I mean, how do you couch winning a debate?
It's sort of basically it's a threshold, and there is kind of a white knuckle mentality to the Harris campaign. They feel like if they can get through this and like not screw it up, that if she can not make a mistake. And Trump's advisors feel the same way, that if Trump sort of just is like a little bit subdued and hits a few of his lines and doesn't do anything totally wild, that it won't meaningfully change the trajectory of the race, and then it just becomes a turnout game where both sides focus on getting their base out. There will be post-debate polls and stuff, but I think that matters a lot less than, ultimately, well, 51 million people watched the first debate. It's the viral moments that end up getting plucked out, and both candidates are going to get viral moments that work for them, and they'll be able, you're not going to have a Joe Biden situation where he said, he paused and said, we beat Medicare. Both candidates will probably clear the threshold, and then the question is, does one really clearly dominate? But you're right. I mean, I did high school debate, and this isn't, you don't win on points, right? That's not what this is about. You're not like in debate when you have a list of the arguments and the flow, and that's not what a presidential debate is. And I think sometimes, like a Ted Cruz who did high school and college debate forgets that and tries to like win on the flow, win on the points. But I think Kamala Harris and Donald Trump both sort of intuitively know it's about, it's less about what you say and more about how you make people feel coming out of it.
And also, like you said, you're almost competing against the expectations that are set for you. And that's why we're seeing so much expectation setting ahead of this, people lowering them, raising them, trying to sort of get in every viewer's head about what to expect. JM, let's talk about the very important issues that we expect to hear about tonight. What would you ask the candidates if you had a chance? What issue would you want to see the moderators focus on?
I mean, we know that economy, immigration, reproductive health, foreign policy, those are going to come up, right?
Okay, so you want to ask 4 questions.
Going to ask a multi-part tree, giant willow tree of a question. I am curious how, we know that Trump outpolls Harris on economy and immigration. So 2 of his stronger issues, how does he try to define her on those, and what is his message on those issues? How does Harris come back at that? But I do think that this issue of reproductive health is one that sort of flew under the radar a little bit in 2022. That swung that election, or was a significant factor in swinging that election towards Democrats. The red wave never happened, right? How does that issue come up, and how do they both talk about it, especially because Trump has not had a coherent message on that issue? And I do think Trump is the only man who's run against the only women candidates of major party of a major party, right? And Trump does have a history of belittling women on the debate stage, right? We all remember the first Republican primary debate in 2015 when he was talking about Rosie O'Donnell, the day after where he was going after Megyn Kelly. He called Hillary Clinton a nasty woman to her face, right, at one of the debates in 2016.
He made fun of how Carly Fiorina looks.
Yes, look at that face was the comment, right? Does that come up? Does Harris at all sort of goad Trump, bait him into something along those lines, and does that become a moment? Because as James was just talking about,
one of the moderators is also a woman and a woman of color.
Correct.
Sorry to interrupt.
Correct. No.
Yeah.
And so it is about moments, because, and even that 51 million number, that's way lower than where it was in 20, so a substantial number of people, but way lower than what it was in 2020. So I actually will be curious to see how many people are sort of tuning in, because we know that voters have been sort of checked out of this election so far. Is this the moment where folks start tuning back in?
Rhonda, let's talk more about the issues that you'll be attuned to and who you'll be focused on in terms of responses, and how the candidates are trying to claim issues or gain ground with issues.
Yeah, I think JM also laid it out really well, that reproductive rights will be, front and center. I think that's an area that we've seen Democrats, specifically Harris, since that was a part of her portfolio. She's visited abortion clinics. She has been at the forefront of talking about it as a leading Democrat. We've heard Democrats down ballot talk about reproductive rights as something to run on. So I think we're going to hear a lot about that tonight. I also mentioned the border. That's going to be key. But I really think a lot of Americans, given how how high people are ranking inflation and the economy as a voting issue, that's also going to take a center stage here tonight. I think those three would be the three things that I'm listening out for. I'm also listening out for, and I think we talked about the rules and the moderator's role, but there's a lot of pressure on these moderators specifically this time around, coming after the CNN debate where there was a lot of criticism and talk about should the moderators have fact-checked, and we know ourselves as we've covered the former president for the last few years, it is hard to fact-check in real time. We'll have to see how the moderators handle that, because if you remember in the June debate, there were many instances where the former president shared truths, lies, things that he said and put out on the table that Biden did not come back at, and the moderators didn't either. So that's really key, especially when you have such a big audience tonight who maybe for the first time hearing both candidates on these issues, that fact-checking is going to be key. So I think these moderators definitely have a lot of pressure tonight, more so than perhaps other moderators in past cycles.
James?
Kamala Harris took a lot of very liberal positions in 2019 when she was running for the Democratic nomination. She was trying to basically get to Bernie Sanders' left, compete for Elizabeth Warren voters, and she dropped out before the first votes were cast, but not before she staked out a series of positions that she's basically through spokespeople walked back. We saw in her first joint interview with Tim Walz where she said that she changed her position on fracking after basically she became Joe Biden's running mate. But CNN yesterday published a story about an ACLU questionnaire that her campaign filled out in 2019, and she took a lot of very liberal positions about basically decriminalizing drugs, requiring the federal government to pay for transition surgery for people in prison and for migrants who were detained. And the Harris campaign declined to engage when they were asked, does she still believe these things? And so I think one of the tensions for Trump is, do you attack her as really liberal, like San Francisco far left, Michael Dukakis style liberal, or do you attack her in the John Kerry mold of she's a flip-flopper, she said a bunch of things in 2019, now she's saying a bunch of other things, she's all over the place, she has no core. And I'm not sure which tack Trump is going to take. Knowing Trump, he probably tries to do both. But that is going to be something she's going to have to navigate tonight. She's going to be presented with a bunch of positions that she took 5 years ago, and she's going to have to say, I think she's going to have a line. What she said in the CNN interview was, "My values didn't change, my positions changed," and I know Donald Trump has a zinger ready to go for if she repeats that line.
So, Rhonda, if you are in the final moments here preparing, you're one of the campaign team members. What do you tell the candidates right now? What are your final words to them before they take the stage?
Oh my goodness, that I wouldn't want to be a campaign ad at this stage, a campaign aide at this stage. I mean, the stress alone, our jobs are stressful, but imagining what they are telling the candidates, especially for the former president, who we know often goes rogue from his campaign and what they desire from him. You also have Harris, who has political instincts of her own. So I'm not sure what their aides are telling them, but I think another thing that I'm watching out for, and this is so interesting and so simple, these two have never met. They have not ever been in the same room. And now they're just going to be, just separated by inches. And it just, that alone, the dynamics there of being face-to-face or shoulder-to-shoulder with the person you're running against, that is probably going to provide a lot of optics and body language that a lot of people will be dissecting tomorrow. But overall, I think both candidates, one thing they likely agree on, that they both have a lot at stake in the next 90 minutes.
All right, and Rhonda is there where it's all happening tonight in Philadelphia. Thanks so much, Rhonda. I mean, I think I'm telling them, don't take the bait.
Exactly.
Don't get sucked in. You stay in control.
And I would tell honestly both of them, because you're either one, because it applies to Donald Trump, which is like Kamala Harris is going to try to get you riled up and make you look like a buffoon. Don't do it. And similar to Kamala Harris, you have messages you've tested. Don't go off script. Don't take Trump's bait and get into a fight with him over.
Don't seem small.
Don't seem small. Try to rise above. And what I would also tell Kamala Harris is, you're not a prosecutor here. People know what they think about Donald Trump. You don't need to. In 2020, she did have to, as kind of the attack dog VP role, make the case against Mike Pence and Donald Trump. Here, Her job is to make the case for herself. And it's going to be very tempting to sort of lay into Trump and talk about why she thinks he's terrible. The voters sort of have a sense of Trump. She needs to reassure them, and she needs to show them that she's ready to be president.
Who can be more future-looking tonight, right? That's what voters want to hear. They say that over and over again. What are you going to do in the next 4 years? They don't want to hear this stuff. If Trump's talking election denialism, if Harris is talking stuff from early in the Biden administration, it might be unpopular, right, or her past positions, that's a bad spot for them to be. Which one of them is better at positioning themselves looking forward, I think, is the one who probably comes away with some better takeaways tonight, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about abortion, and Donald Trump has been all over the place just in the last week on this issue. He had one position on the Florida referendum. He's a Florida voter that would basically undo the state's ban on abortion after 6 weeks. He flip-flopped on what he'd do. And
like in the past 2 weeks,
literally,
not
not
over
like
years.
over time.
Right.
And he said on Truth Social last month that he's going to be great for women and their reproductive health. He can't turn off his own base of anti-abortion activists, and I think it's going to be very important for him to have a clear answer. And if he doesn't offer a clear answer, if he is mealy-mouthed, I think Kamala Harris is well positioned to really hit him hard.
I think one more thing I'll be listening for the moderators to ask about is Donald Trump's ability to accept the election results and then some of the very inflammatory rhetoric he has used that has implied that he would go after, whether it would be through jail, criminal prosecution, opponents, people who disagree with him, even poll workers. So that is going to be crucial in terms of setting a tone. We are heading to Philadelphia and the ABC News presidential debate simulcast. Stick with us afterwards with the Washington Post.
Showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign, Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce-back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back, and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having, on the short end of the stick, in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi," exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v. Wade,
answer the question, would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But They have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, The former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said there was no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed, children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran, and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins, and I think he meant it. because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
My name is Dylan Wells, and I'm a campaign reporter at The Washington Post. I wanted to join The Washington Post to work with the best political team in the business and cover the people who are actually going to determine who wins this election. Being out in the field is absolutely essential to covering the campaign. I'm constantly on the trail, going to different candidates' events, driving around the country, flying around the country. There's a lot of voters who are really hesitant about this general election. I would say my most interesting interviews in the past year covering the presidential race have not been with the candidates themselves, but with the voters who are out in the country and hearing about what issues are motivating or not motivating them to turn out to vote. I think for me, the greatest sense of accomplishment in my reporting comes when a reader is able to tell me that my story is how they better understood an issue. And I think just really being able to tell those stories that we might not otherwise hear from the campaign trail is really a privilege. And we're, as a campaign team, trying to tell those stories as much as possible.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Welcome to the Trump Trials Sidebar, a new podcast from the Washington Post. Hi, I'm Libby Casey, and every week, alongside Rhonda Colvin and James Hohmann, we break down the latest news and legal battles as Donald Trump ramps up his presidential campaign. The ramifications are serious.
The first time a U.S. president is in court as a defendant.
But we also have some fun. So Rhonda, if you could have any job in the court other than journalist, what would it be?
I would enjoy being the bailiff.
Nobody messes with the bailiff.
No one, you've never read a story about someone messing with the bailiff.
Our colleagues share their inside scoops. Do you have a sense that the jury has that weight bearing on them?
They see all of us. They know that they're part of history.
And stick around to get real. What are some of the weird nuggets and things you've learned about jurors this week?
There was a guy talking about his public access TV show.
Watch the Trump Trials Sidebar on YouTube or listen to us on your favorite podcast platform today.
I'm Cleve Wootson. I'm a reporter for The Washington Post. I work for the White House team. I wanted to come to The Washington Post because it's some of the best journalism that's going on in America. A typical day at the Post on the White House beat can sometimes be anything but typical. If the president is in town, I'm also in town. If the president is traveling, I or one of my colleagues are also traveling. I'm just writing about not just what he's doing, but also writing about the impact of what he's doing and how voters, how Americans feel about that. If I had to describe the political team here, one thing that's really unique about our coverage, we have hypotheses, but we don't have assumptions. Trying to figure out where people actually are as opposed to where we assume they are, I think is something that makes us really distinct. Critical, objective journalism is really important at this point because everyone's trying to sell you something. And what I try to do, what we try to do, is to just call it like it is. This is what is going on in your world and the information you need to make your own informed decision.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, The Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis, from landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 election night special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations
thank
with the
you.
Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
asking.
asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a
land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
Thank you,
what
Mr.
her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed, for the first time, Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? we can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been Vice President. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
It didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
My name is Dylan Wells, and I'm a campaign reporter at The Washington Post. I wanted to join The Washington Post to work with the best political team in the business and cover the people who are actually going to determine who wins this election. Being out in the field is absolutely essential to covering the campaign. I'm constantly on the trail, going to different candidates' events, driving around the country, flying around the country. There's a lot of voters who are really hesitant about this general election. I would say my most interesting interviews in the past year covering the presidential race have not been with the candidates themselves, but with the voters who are out out in the country and hearing about what issues are motivating or not motivating them to turn out to vote. I think for me, the greatest sense of accomplishment in my reporting comes when a reader is able to tell me that my story is how they better understood an issue. And I think just really being able to tell those stories that we might not otherwise hear from the campaign trail is really a privilege. And we're, as a campaign team, trying to tell those stories as much as possible.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Welcome to the Trump Trials Sidebar, a new podcast from the Washington Post. Hi, I'm Libby Casey, and every week, alongside Rhonda Colvin and James Hohmann, we break down the latest news and legal battles as Donald Trump ramps up his presidential campaign. The ramifications are serious.
The first time a U.S. president is in court as a defendant.
But we also have some fun. So Rhonda, if you could have any job in the court other than journalist, what would it be?
I would enjoy being the bailiff.
Nobody messes with the bailiff.
No one, you've never read a story about someone messing with the bailiff.
Our colleagues share their inside scoops. Do you have a sense that the jury has that weight bearing on them?
They see all of us. They know that they're a part of history.
And stick around to get real. What are some of the weird nuggets and things you've learned about jurors this week?
There was a guy talking about his public access TV show.
Watch the Trump Trials Sidebar on YouTube or listen to us on your favorite podcast platform today.
I'm Cleve Wootson. I'm a reporter for the Washington Post. I work for the White House team. I wanted to come to the Washington Post because it's some of the best journalism that's going on in America. A typical day at the Post on the White House beat can sometimes be anything but typical. If the president is in town, I'm also in town. If the president is traveling, I or one of my colleagues are also traveling, just writing about not just what he's doing, but also writing about the impact of what he's doing and how voters, how Americans feel about that. If I had to describe the political team here, one thing that's really unique about our coverage, we have hypotheses, but we don't have assumptions. Trying to figure out where people actually are as opposed to where we assume they are, I think is something that makes us really distinct. Critical, objective journalism is really important at this point because everyone's trying to sell you something. And what we try to do is to just call it like it is. This is what is going on in your world and the information you need to make your own informed decision.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, the Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis, from landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 election night special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
This is live coverage with the Washington Post of this simulcast ABC News debate. Join us now for live coverage as I'm joined by J.M. Rieger, senior video journalist, and James Hohmann, editorial writer and columnist, as we digest all of what we witnessed. Fireworks, an angry Trump, a focused Kamala Harris, both got across points they wanted to make, but Kamala Harris was able to flip Donald Trump into defensive mode quite a bit of the time. We'll talk about all of that with my guests, as well as Rhonda Colvin, who is in Philadelphia at the site of tonight's debate. Rhonda, what are the key moments that stand out from you tonight?
I mean, there were so many. You said it appropriately. There was a lot to digest in that last 90 minutes. But I think one of the big takeaways is, you know, when we cover these things, we're wondering what type of Donald Trump we will get. And I counted it. At about 9:09 is when he started to get very angry. And it did not appear that he rebounded from that. He seemed defensive throughout. It did show that Harris knew how to get under his skin. And that is a strategy. We reported on that at the Post. That's a strategy that even when Biden was running, that was a part of what the campaign wanted to do, is get under Trump's skin and have him be him. And I think that that is something that she was able to do tonight. Body language, I remember talking about that earlier with you all, that body language might be a big deal. It always is at debates, optics are, but in an election that is so tight and where people are trying to meet Kamala Harris for the first time, I think body language is pretty key. And you saw different moments where Trump would not look at her when she was speaking. There didn't seem to be a lot of grace in between the two. There were times that she just kind of just put her head in her hands and just looked at him as he made points and let him ramble. So that is something that if voters who are undecided want to decide their vote on just tone, that might matter to them. I also noticed that, there were some vulnerabilities for Harris that we talked about, specifically the border, other things that people want to hear more about her stance on. And overall, there are many times where they got into an issue of substance, but you saw that it was somewhat derailed by Trump's answers, where he somewhat rambled, much like he does at rallies. One case in point is when they were talking about the border bill. It's been a long-time Democratic talking point this year that Democrats say Republicans tanked the border bill that was bipartisan in Congress because Trump called and said, don't vote on it, I want to make this a voting issue. So when he was asked by David Muir, could you tell us why you told Republicans to tank that deal, he then pivoted, and one of the things he pivoted to was this story that many people may have heard for the first time about claims that pets are being taken from homes in Springfield, Ohio and Eaton. It just really was a bizarre moment, and that is just an example of the times where there was a question of substance on the table, and then it seemed to be derailed by Trump going on in an angry way. So I think right now what we're going to hear from those coming into the spin room here to tell us how each candidate did, I'm sure we'll hear from the Trump side that he did well. In fact, I noticed their campaign put out a statement saying that he won, he shared his bold vision, but they also sent that about 20 minutes ago before the debate ended. So it seemed it might have been scripted. I'm sure we're going to hear from the Harris people that she did a great job as well. So we'll be here trying to monitor those responses from both camps. But overall, it does look like Harris came in knowing the job she had to do, and we're going to have to see in the coming days and weeks what polling has to say about the job she did tonight.
All right, thank you, Rhonda. Yeah, I think if you don't push those out from the campaign, you're fired. Basically, it's like a #1 job. Say you won the debate and did well. What are your key takeaways, James?
This debate was about Donald Trump. It was not about Kamala Harris. We heard at the end Trump, in his closing statement, say what I think he had prepared to say, but he repeatedly took the bait Rhonda was just talking about. He was on the defensive from 10 minutes in. Every time Kamala Harris kind of threw some chum in the water, he swam after it. From talking about crowd size and rallies and people leaving to the Taliban to John McCain and a bunch of other examples, Trump sounded angry, even unhinged at times. This debate was a referendum on Trump, and if this election is a referendum on Trump, Kamala Harris will be the next president. She was able to keep him on the defensive. She was able to keep the debate about him and not her.
And yet ahead of time, JM, as we were previewing what was to come, the focus was all on Kamala Harris. How would she perform tonight? How would she be judged by the viewing audience?
Yes, and I think that the debate in some ways was about Harris in this sense. Harris needed the debate in some ways more than Trump just because Harris was the lesser known quantity. But I think that Harris, to James's point, made the debate about Trump because she threw out this bait, and as you aptly put it, he swam after it, right? That happened over and over and over again, and even on immigration, as Rhonda was just talking about, which is arguably his best issue. He missed an opportunity there, and that was sort of the theme tonight for Trump. It was a debate of missed opportunities, right? He really failed to define Harris, and even the whole talking about pinning her to the Biden administration, talking about why didn't you do it the last 3.5 years, he really didn't talk about that till the final few minutes there.
I love the topic that Rhonda brought up about body language, because right from the get-go, Kamala Harris walked over to Trump, took the initiative, shook his hand, broke that barrier, that wall, and then throughout the debate, she was looking at him, she was watching him, she was reacting to him. He would not look at her. He addressed David Muir a lot. He didn't really even interact. Our colleague Yasmin Abu Talib was pointing out in our live chat that the Post has on its site. You can see what all of our reporters were watching and analyzing, that Trump wasn't even looking or engaging with Lindsay Davis, the other moderator. So the women on the stage were like invisible to him. He was totally focused on David Muir.
Yeah, and he wouldn't answer when Muir pressed him repeatedly on a bunch of different things, including whether he would sign a national abortion ban if it came to his desk, whether he wants Ukraine to win the war against Russia, whether he has any regrets about January 6th, whether he now thinks he lost the 2020 election, whether he has a replacement for the Affordable Care Act in mind. I think one of the viral moments out of tonight will be Trump saying, "I have concepts of a plan." And it did feel like Trump had his eye on one of the moderators and not the other.
So, Rhonda, you're there on site in Philadelphia. Of course, this was a closed set. It didn't have a live studio audience. But what was it like to be in the filing center, the spin room, and watch how everyone was interpreting and focusing on how the candidates responded to questions?
Yeah, it was a captive audience here. Of course, most of us are all journalists. There are rows and rows of tables behind me. That's the Media Filing Center, where everyone's sharing their stories with their organization. Everyone, you could probably hear at moments a pin drop in here. Everyone wanted to see where this thing was going. There were moments of laughter or just being stunned a little bit with sometimes how it went off the rails on the Trump side. It almost felt like a movie theater, honestly, because there are several screens, movie-sized screens in this room. It's surround sound. So again, we were all sort of captive audiences trying to take this in. But that does raise another point, too, that might also make Trump and how he came across a little more angrier than maybe his campaign would have liked. It could have also been highlighted because there was a room that had no audience. We talked about the rules of the debate. They were similar to that of CNN. There was no studio audience. You could even see with the moderators, they asked very straight questions. They were subdued. So to have him raise his voice may have made him look even angrier. So optics, again, are really important and key in debates. And I know, as we all are, we're going to be waiting for these poll numbers to see if anything changes slightly, because even after Biden decided to step aside, the polling has pretty much been the same. It's been tight. Even here in Pennsylvania, it is neck and neck. And you have to wonder, are, Trump's side just going to be baked in votes, or does anything change tonight?
Yeah, the yelling, you're so right, really does stand out when it's a quiet set and the other three people are keeping their voices modulated, and there's not that crowd to reinforce it or support it or applaud it. Rhonda, I want to play a clip from earlier this evening. You were talking about how Donald Trump was sort of pinging all over the place with immigration, and this was supposed to be an area that he was hoping to have some really strong points on. At one point this evening, Donald Trump pushed the false and dehumanizing claim that immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, are killing and eating people's pets. Let's take a listen.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Okay, fact check, that is not true. And JM, I'm going to get you to respond, but let's also note that Kamala Harris is watching there and reacting in real time. She's giving the reaction. Unlike Trump, she wasn't just looking down or looking at the moderators.
I mean, the fact that she was laughing sort of gives the game away there, right? She was sort of like chuckling at this absurd claim. It's not true. It's nonsense. The city of Springfield itself has said that this is not true, right? It is sort of this othering theme that we've heard from Trump over and over again. We heard it at the convention repeatedly. Othering of immigrants, othering of migrants, right? So I think that that's notable. I will say that I noticed on X, formerly Twitter, that one of the people who was clinging on to this claim that was pushing it further was Alex Jones. This is not where Trump. One thing we sort of observed as we were sitting here watching the debate was how little Trump talked about the future, right? It was very grievance-filled. It was very backwards-looking for the most part. There were a couple moments, right, where like, why didn't you do that the last 3.5 years while you were in office? But for the most part, again, this was a real missed opportunity, and it was falsehood after falsehood after falsehood from Trump, whether it was talking about January 6th, whether it was talking about the Springfield, Ohio thing, whether it was him talking about the impact of tariffs, and economists broadly disagree with how he was characterizing that sort of at the top of the debate. So that was a theme kind of throughout.
One of the issues we were watching tonight to come up was abortion, and it was front and center. Both candidates weighed in. Let's listen.
Her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me.
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and in asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans.
All right, that's an exchange from earlier on the Simulcast ABC News presidential debate. James.
This is a winning issue for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is trying to go on the offensive, trying, as his consultants tell him, to portray Democrats as the one who are extreme. Kamala Harris rebutted that by saying that she would reinstate the Roe standard, which allowed restrictions in the 3rd trimester. And I actually thought one of the most striking elements of the abortion exchange wasn't just that Trump wouldn't say whether he would sign a national abortion ban if it came to his desk. J.D. Vance, who has been very strongly anti-abortion, said Trump would veto it recently on the campaign trail. But what I actually thought was most revealing in that was Trump saying that it was the governor of West Virginia, not the governor of Virginia. He was talking about Ralph Northam, who made a comment that is taken out of context about abortion a couple of years ago. But it was indicative of a bunch of different times where Trump sort of misspoke. I actually thought he showed his age tonight. Obviously, the debate on June 27th, Joe Biden was the one who showed his age. He's 78, Trump is. He'd be the oldest president, older than Biden, if he gets elected at the end of his 2nd term. And there was some confusion and mixing sentences up and what I think politely you could call tangentiality, where he was jumping all over the place. You saw that in the abortion exchange early in the night, but you saw it a bunch more times as the program went on.
So, Rhonda, one of the things that Kamala Harris did was invite people to attend Donald Trump's rallies, obviously something that she had prepared to say in advance. But she was trying to point out that the nature of how he talks and how he rambles at times. And if you do go to his rallies or listen to them, as we often do, that's just par for the course. How does it matter more in a scenario like this where you've got such a captive and interested audience trying to get a sense of these candidates?
Yeah, that exchange where she was talking about his rallies and the old playbook that he keeps using, that was another moment that I think might have been a strategic move to get under his skin, because she also said that people are leaving his rallies because they're tired and exhausted. And I think that was one of those moments where, it was a shots fired moment on her part, knowing that crowd size is something that he cares deeply about. I'll also tell you all, for some local color, outside of this convention center, I noticed yesterday that there is a huge billboard that says crowd size matters, and it has a pretzel on it, and a half pretzel for Trump and a full pretzel for Harris. So it seems like a little humor that the Harris campaign want people to see on the street, or people who are entering the convention center to talk about crowd size, but they know that is something that gets under Donald Trump's skin. In fact, I believe there was a question about the border at one time, and he asked if he could go back to that question about crowd size. And while that might all seem minimal, it's a part of a bigger picture that Harris really designed her performance tonight to get under his skin and let him ramble in a way that might be detrimental to him.
Yeah, she put the bait out, laid the trap, and he just walked right into it again and again. He also said he didn't discuss the issue with J.D. Vance, back to the question of abortion, and that's so interesting to me because he's creating daylight and distance between his vice presidential pick.
What's ironic is that Vance actually said that to sort of be on the team.
Right, because it's not what he would do.
Exactly.
It's not what he would want to do, but he was trying to pull people in. And,
to show that he was in the same place that
Yeah.
Trump is, and then Trump is saying, "Oh, I didn't talk about it with J.D. Vance."
Yeah.
And it is a reminder, like Trump is his own person, and it is also a reminder that the last person who had that job as Trump's running mate is not supporting him, Mike Pence, because it is sort of this impossible position to be in.
All right, we're seeing the spin room now, and the man we're talking about, J.D. Vance, is there, one of the surrogates who's there talking to reporters about Donald Trump and how things went tonight. JM, okay, and so let's talk more about what happens after this and where we go. Everyone would be spinning and trying to get their slice of opinions here.
This race is a dead heat. The battleground states are all within the margin of error in the Washington Post polling average. What that means is that every single battleground is a statistical tie right now between Harris and Trump. The question for this debate is how much this moves the needle, right? I think Harris sort of did what she needed to do a little bit there.
Let's see if we can hear what J.D. Vance is saying in the spin room there. All right, that was a fail. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we can hear him.
One, he reminded Pennsylvanians that though Kamala Harris is running away from her record at every single step, she wants to ban fracking. Kamala Harris has been explicit about wanting to ban
running away from her record, and that is a key thing they're trying to get to Philadelphians and to Pennsylvanians there generally, so you can hear that being the message that he's trying to hit home. Pennsylvania is such a key state, James.
Pennsylvania really is a key state. It's striking that Kamala Harris did 5 days of debate preparation in Pittsburgh, which we saw pay off. And both candidates are spending more money there than anywhere else. They're visiting there more than anywhere. And it's one of the reasons they're keen to talk about fracking is that vote in Western Pennsylvania is going to be critical. Of course, Biden won Pennsylvania with Harris by about 100,000 votes 4 years ago.
Yeah, this, again, I think Trump missed an opportunity here to really pin Harris down on some of this, right? He sort of talked a little bit about her flip-flops, her past positions on things, but he didn't talk at length about it. He did get bogged down talking about things in the past, especially things that he was playing defense throughout a lot of the debate, right? And that made, again, it's a missed opportunity. His base, though, is so enthusiastic and so baked in. I am a little skeptical in terms of how much it, hurts him in that sense. But if there was any chance to really define her in the final stretch here, we're days, weeks away from folks starting to vote here in this election, right? So this is one of the last opportunities to really do that, especially if this becomes the only debate that happens. I don't know if Trump really needed to do what he needed to do. And Harris, on the other hand, was pivoting repeatedly to future stuff, talking about how Trump doesn't have a plan. I have a plan. Talking about, we need to talk about your future, addressing the American people directly to camera multiple times throughout the debate. She pivoted issues back. And even the first question off the top of the debate, David Muir asked the equivalent of, are you better off than you are 4 years ago? And she quickly pivoted that to a little bit of friendlier terrain for herself. And Trump didn't follow up on that, right? Trump didn't say, you're not better off than you were 4 years ago, right? Which is actually a strong line that resonates with some folks.
Rhonda, a lot of focus on foreign policy tonight. We heard much debate about Afghanistan and the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We didn't hear about guns in America and school shootings. Gun control and the Second Amendment did come up briefly when Kamala Harris defended her position and said that she and Tim Walz are both gun owners. So what were your impressions of that and how the candidates dealt with that issue?
I thought that was pretty notable because that is something that Republicans usually go toward in a general cycle, saying that Democrats are going to change the Second Amendment, change gun laws, and that is something that gun owners are concerned about, if that were true. But it appeared that Harris put it to bed very quickly. She did say, as you pointed out, that she and her running mate are both gun owners and no one's taking guns away. But it is a familiar refrain that we often hear during election time. I'm actually, it stood out to me that that issue didn't come up earlier. But this is a cycle where that's not the first issue a lot of people are voting on. But it is one that is pretty salient with voters. And in fact, I noticed last night watching local TV here, there are ads talking about gun rights, saying that Democrats are going to take away your guns. So again, that's a familiar refrain we hear in most elections. I think for Democrats, they probably are very pleased with how Harris handled that answer, saying she was a gun owner, which is something that many people may not have known, and then also pointing out that Tim Walz is one as well.
Notable, of course, because there was a school shooting just last week in Georgia, that was not a big topic of conversation tonight. There was so much focus on foreign policy. That's what the moderators chose to drill down into. But did Trump miss some opportunities here?
He absolutely missed opportunities. Jam, I think, is absolutely right. There was a lot of missed opportunities because he was taking the bait over and over again, including on the issues where he has the strongest polling advantage. So all of a sudden on the border, which is a big strength, he ends up getting sidetracked talking about Project 2025 and how he hasn't read it and isn't going to read it, instead of prosecuting his case against Kamala Harris, but also for himself. I just heard from a Democratic operative who's involved in the campaign who says that their dial test show an off-the-chart gender gap in perceptions, that men really thought Trump won the debate, and women overwhelmingly thought Harris won the debate. And we've seen that in the polls, obviously, but you can see that split would break through. But you're right, we didn't talk about a lot of things like school shootings, school violence. Trump didn't...
Fentanyl was an issue that was barely touched. Yeah.
And Trump didn't present himself as this sort of kinder, gentler,
But fentanyl's been a big issue for the Republicans, and they just didn't take any opportunities there.
Yeah.
So we have to wrap up soon, but a couple things that our colleagues are telling us from the spin room is that Laura Trump is saying Trump had a fine night, and she'd like to see 2 more debates, and then the Trump team is really trying to go on offensive defense right now, and they're accusing the moderators of doing too much fact-checking.
So that's going to be the narrative coming out, and we're already hearing it. I'm hearing it from a lot of Republicans who are complaining about the moderators. Usually when you're complaining about the moderators, you're losing. That's just sort of a rule of thumb in politics. You could see, if you're a conservative watching, that at times it felt like the moderators were, fact-checking Trump more than they were fact-checking Harris, or asking sort of what seemed like pointed questions. So you're definitely going to have Republicans who like Trump rally around this idea that it was a 3-on-1 debate, that the media was out to get Trump. Ultimately, that's not going to be persuasive to those swing voters who actually are, as you noted, going to go out and start voting in a couple days. And we're trying to listen for policy. And Trump never really rebutted Kamala Harris's frame that she set out at the top, which was, Donald Trump's about himself, I'm about you. Donald Trump's talking about plans for his friends, I'm talking about you. And he never really rebutted that in any forceful way.
Rhonda, I have news to you from the internet. Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris. She has just put a post on Instagram saying that she watched the debate, maybe she watched with the Washington Post, and that she is ready to endorse Kamala Harris. She said, I'll be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. And she signed off with love and hope, Taylor Swift, childless cat lady. So what are you watching in the coming days and weeks as people react to this debate?
Well, she must have been one of those undecided voters who waited to see what happened in this debate, but we'll see what impact Taylor Swift's endorsement has. But overall, what we're going to be looking at moving on is, does Harris keep up the momentum? That's been the big question since she's been at the top of the ticket, if she can keep things moving her way. If just that sliver of voters decide that she's the one they're going to vote for, and if that changes the math in some of the polling in these battleground states, I think, far be it from us as reporters to say who won, who lost. And I'm sure if I talk to Democrats and Republicans, they will say their person won and the other lost. But at this place in the cycle, it just all really comes down to the battleground states, the math. I think one thing that you can say is that Trump doesn't seem to be expanding his base much. I know we've talked about that with his VP pick and how he's been acting on the trail. He doesn't seem to be reaching out to folks that need to come to his side in order for him to get those votes. So we'll see what happens. He certainly has his base. His popularity likely won't go anywhere, but we will have to keep an eye on that polling and see if even just the slightest needle moves.
All right, final thoughts from you, JM, briefly.
It's a toss-up race. Big question coming out of this is how does this debate, we arguably just had the most consequential presidential debate in our lifetime in June, right? How does this debate impact the final stretch of the campaign here, I think is the key question. I think Harris broadly did what she needed to do tonight. I think Trump kind of missed an opportunity there.
James.
Hillary Clinton won all 3 debates against Donald Trump in the dial tests, in the polling, in perception, and Donald Trump still won the election. So we have 56 days, and I think Kamala Harris cleared the bar. I think it was a bad night for Trump, but that by no means is going to meaningfully change the trajectory of what remains a very close race. What I'm going to be watching for now is whether there is another debate. We know there's going to be a vice presidential debate, and we're already hearing the Harris campaign say, we want one more. You mentioned Laura Trump saying we want 2 more. We'll see if they can agree on the details, but perhaps a second debate is more likely after tonight.
All right, James Hohmann, J.M. Rieger, and Rhonda Colvin, thank you so much to all of you for joining us tonight. That does it for this Washington Post coverage of the Simulcast ABC News presidential debate. We will be broadcasting live on election night, so watch the returns with the newsroom of the Washington Post. And of course, stay on our website, WashingtonPost.com, for complete coverage throughout the night tonight. We're still doing more analysis and writing as we speak, and we'll have more in the days to come. I'm Libby Casey. Have a good night.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, the Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis. From landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump, we'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 Election Night Special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.